that guy with whom you're familiar, Eric. And let's be super important. You go first. You be super important first, then I'll take my turn, etc. Today is Friday, the 13th of February. Hopefully, you remembered to take your PE clothes home today. Because as we all know, on Friday, PE clothes go home. What is that, though? Let me see what that says. I see those effects. That's special. I wonder what special is on this. I don't know. I don't have the effects on it anyway, but I could put the effects on. I gotta push it to make it stay in place. Well, this is a pretty nice little PA I got here. Hi, Acacia. Hi, Winston's mom. You dream predicted this stream? You're an impressive dreamer. They may say you're a dreamer. That's not giving you enough credit. You're an important dreamer. You've got the spirit of importance in your heart. I can see it. I have very highly refined importance detecting equipment. Alessandro Barbieri is going to snowboard down the hill pretty soon in his chase for Olympic gold. You forgot them in your locker. Uh-oh. They're going to be all gross on Monday. You're going to have to put on these like gross, like crusty PE clothes. And to be fair, your school has started requiring not just boys, but girls to wear jock straps as well, with a cup. So you need to make your way off to the jockstrap store. That'd be a strange store that just sold jockstraps. Not even the cups, just the straps. I had to get that when I was in middle school for PE. They didn't make you do that in high school, though. I'm sure nowadays schools are much more sane about PE than when I went to school. When I went to school, it's just like they obviously modeled PE after like the military or something because it was like, you know, 4 prison showers in there where it's like one thing and then these things come off the side of it, you know? Like 4 of those, and everyone was required to undress and shower. You know, you get in trouble if you tried to avoid it. Hello, Victoria. What you knowin'? Have you come to watch my flowers growing? Well, I'm gonna give you a little peek of them right now. Because yes, I do have some flowers growing. They're called, I believe, daffodils. I'm not 100% sure. They're bulbs. They come out. You plant them. I mean, I didn't plant this. Somebody else planted them. But you put them in some time of year, and then they just kind of stay under the ground for a while. And then at a certain point, if it rains, they'll come out like these ones did. I've gotten a little bit of work done today. Finished my ISTJ script to make a video from it. And I also used AI to generate some images that would go with it. Pretty convenient, I gotta say. And pretty like impressive. They look totally like stock images that were Where am I from? I'm from Mariposa, California. Yeah, like I put in a prompt, make an image of a lady sitting on a couch being cozy with a blanket and a hot drink. It looks just like a stock image. Pretty crazy, really, if you think about it. It's like, what a crazy world we live in. That if I need an image of a photo, it looks exactly like a photo, right? If I need a photorealistic image of a lady sitting on a couch with a blanket and a hot cup of coffee, bang, it produces it. I had another one, but yeah, sort of. I actually did some work on music today, but I didn't end up keeping anything that I worked on recording. I tried putting guitar over "Who Loves You, Baby," and I didn't like the way it sounded. It wasn't the right rhythm or something. And then I tried putting a grand piano over "Walking Song." I I ran through that several times trying to get a good take of what I wanted to put down over it, but at a certain point, Rachel came up from the bedroom into the living room, and I kept going for a little bit, but then I just stopped because I didn't want to be so absorbed in something and not engaged at all. I forced myself to work on learning Bevy. Weren't you learning something else before? How old am I? I'm 54 years old. Why would you keep learning new coding protocols or whatever they are called? Why don't you do something with the one you learned before? You could a game where a person walks along a sidewalk and has to either jump over holes or duck under branches. It's called Jump and Duck. There, I just gave you a world beating idea worth billions of dollars, all for free for you. Everyone would want to play that game. Who doesn't like jumping and ducking? Maybe jump, duck, and roll too. Like, there will be certain like doors come down like this and you gotta roll under them. Don't forget your hat. It might fall on the wrong side of this closed door. Oh, you're saying it's just like Pitfall? It's not just like Pitfall. It's just a little bit like Pitfall. Don't accuse me of being derivative. Ah, I got a great idea for a game. It's a little yellow guy whose mouth goes like this and he chases ghosts around. You should have coded that one. Another brilliant idea from Eric. You can call it Eat Man. Wouldn't that have been a better name for Pac-Man? Eat Man. That's what you've been working on. It seems like maybe a couple of weeks ago or a month ago, you were working on a different like language protocol or whatever coding language. If you're working in Bevy, then you're required to make something that includes bathing beauties, because that's the most common use of the word. Oh my gosh, look at this bevy of bathing beauties. Next on NBC, men's free skate. Wow, how exciting. And, I have been working on music the last couple months, which is a welcome, delightful change for me. Because for a while there, I really shut down my generative side. How sad for people who who like wanted to be visual artists and stuff, it's gonna be very difficult to hire somebody to get hired to make images when you can get such exactly what you want. AI generation. What's new in the world of AI? Well, what's new for me? I'm a little bit under the weather. I'm not perfectly healthy. Rachel's more sick than I am. I think Cameron probably brought up some virus from Los Angeles. We rarely get sick, but we're a little under the weather at the moment. And there's a couple things I want to get done today. But before I do any work around here, like for example, perhaps working on the ISTJ video, I need to make a little bit of food. Rachel, are you hungry?
What?
Are you hungry?
I could eat.
Okay, I'm gonna make rice and broccoli.
Okay.
So we're gonna make rice and broccoli. Hi, Silky Satara. Don't tell me you just came here to get some free food and then leave. That's fine if you did. I'm gonna put some of this stuff on. So we're gonna start the rice, and we're gonna prepare the broccoli for when it's time to start that. You're from Pakistan, huh? Well, congratulations on thus far avoiding nuclear war with India. I think you guys are doing a great job of not using your nuclear weapons. You know, it's like all that nonsense about preventing Iran from getting nuclear weapons. Pakistan already has them. So the idea that you can't trust an Islamic country with nuclear weapons is wrong. All nation states have nuclear weapons are subject to the logic of MAD, mutually assured destruction. Am I married? Yes, I am. My wife Rachel is over there. She's just sitting there being lovely and wonderful. She's probably watching something else on YouTube. Which is fine. Sometimes she's more involved in the streams than others. Okay, where's my pot? Here it is. This is what we call the rice pot, okay? I'm gonna need this one too, though. This is the steaming pot. It's not steaming yet, but it will be once it's on the fire and has water in it. First up, rice. So, as usual when I cook, I'm going to give everybody here some detailed instructions so that they can replicate this wonderful meal at their own home. When you're making rice, the first thing you want to put into the pot is rice. How much rice? Well, we're going to do 1 cup. 1 cup's enough for 2 people. If you have more than 2 people, you can make rice at the ratio of 1 cup per 2 people. Unless you're just having rice, in which case, maybe you want more. That's 1 cup of rice. Now, to cook this, you can't just put it on the fire like this with the rice just right here, and that won't cook the rice properly. You need to put water in the pot. How much water? Twice as much water as rice. So 2 cups of water. Good. Now, we need a little stir. Use this one. Stir, stir, stir goes the trolley. Clang, clang, clang goes the bell. If you weren't here yesterday, let me just inform you all that Telly Savalas has a song called Who Loves You, Baby, in which he says, Who loves you, baby? I was just looking on the internet for audio clip or video clip of him saying the phrase "Who loves you, baby," only to find that he not only said the phrase, he made a whole song about it. Is it amazing? Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Is it gonna make my playlist? Well, maybe not, but it's exactly what you imagine it would sound like, which is wonderful. What would you imagine a Telly Savalas song called "Who Loves You, Baby," made in 1975 would sound like? Just imagine it. You are now hearing in your imagination the exact song. That's how archetypally what it is. It is. Okay. 8 minutes. 8 minutes to boil the water. Now, if you live at sea level, you might not need 8 minutes to get the water to a high boil. That's how long it takes here at 4,100 feet, which isn't super high. I'm going to cook broccoli too. And I might also cook a smoked sausage. Rachel, if I cook smoked sausage, you going to eat any of it or no?
No.
Okay. I'll just maybe cook the whole thing for myself now. I'm going to put water in the steaming pan. This is for the broccoli. That should be plenty. Okay. So, the next thing we're going to do, you're going to love it so much. You're going to say, Eric, why haven't we been doing this all along? The next thing we're going to do is we're going to get out the broccoli and prepare it to go in that thing. But we're not going to put it in there quite yet because the broccoli only takes 7 to 8 minutes to steam. And we want to time it so it's done with the rest of the stuff. Okay, so let me wash these knives here. Let me rinse these things up too. We're gonna do a little bit of cleaning here of these things. Clean enough, I say. Clean enough for government work. I'm a female, yes. 1 sec, and I will give you another link. Frank James has over 1 million subs. If this one doesn't work, look for his channel. Okay, I'm going to rinse this off. Okay. Now I should get another roll of paper towels, because I should have a roll of paper towels here. We used to have a little thing, but we just got rid of it. Okay, we don't need a little thing. Just tear the paper towels off the roll. Yeah, you gotta have a paper towel dispenser. It was some day Rachel was just like, enough for this paper towel dispenser. She just got rid of it. Okay. So I'll just be using my hands as a paper towel dispenser today. Now that we have that knife washed, we could actually probably just use this knife instead of this big one. So let me put this big one back. Okay, we got to get the broccoli out of the refrigerator now. We're not going to use all 3 broccolis, I don't think. We'll just use 2 of them probably. Let's cut it and we'll see how much broccoli it ends up making in terms of little florets. I don't really like the name florets because broccoli is not a flower, but it's fine. They can call them florets if they want. Rinse that broccoli off. Cut these bad boys off like so. Let me show you in case you can't see. Yes, we have a bigger cutting board, but I tend to just use this little. Okay. One broccoli. This will go out in the compost pile. Rachel doesn't like that part. So I could make it anyway for myself, because I don't mind that part really, but it has a different cooking time than the florets. Oh, that's fine. I'll just wash this bit off a bit and it'll be fine. Okay, we've chopped up the broccoli. I mean, yeah, the thing about that song, that famous comedy song by Daniel Carvey, Chopping Broccoli, you don't really chop broccoli, do you? You cut the florets off, but there's not actually any chopping going on. Okay, next, we're going to get one of these. Made by Hillshire Farms. These smoked sausages are delicious, and they're already pre-cooked, so you don't have to worry about like not cooking it long enough or something. But it's still a good idea to get it well cooked, so because then it's hot, it's getting like a crispy skin on it and stuff. So here's the pan we're going to use, and we're just going to peel this back a little bit. There we go. We got this rude looking sausage. Now, next we're going to put some water in here. And we're just going to let this boil / steam for an undefined period of time. We can go for a while, you know. This is done. Let's put that down to low flame now. And put it at 22 minutes. There. So the rice is cooking. This is cooking. This is the sausage. This water here, I haven't even started to boil yet because the broccoli doesn't take very long to cook. So now we've got a few minutes to walk away and discuss what it means to truly be alive. How many of you here are alive right now? Let me see a show of hands. Well, if you raised your hand, then I've got some message of encouragement for you. You are alive. Live your life with love and laughter. What video did you see? Okay, here we go. I'll go back and review the chat I haven't looked at yet. There's a lot of chat I haven't looked at yet. Okay, so he sent a link to Frank James' video, Winston's mom did. Gil's running on a Celsius, a Zen, a coffee, and soon to be another Celsius. Hi, Danny Berry Sports Highlights. Hi, Vic, what kind of soup? Happy Friday 13th, Carrot. Don't got Adderall, so Zens and caffeine, says Gil. It's a lentil curry soup. Sounds very Indian / Middle Eastern. Meowdy Acacia, howdy Victoria. Should we tell the ENTP that tomorrow is a romantic holiday? I know tomorrow is Valentine's Day. I haven't forgotten about it. I think I've had a curry lentil soup before. I'm thinking of making noodles with a fried egg later on. Carrot, what you should do is copy my dinner and make rice, broccoli, and sausage. Well, I've heard he's got a Valentine. I do. I have a Valentine. She's right over there. Everyone stay tuned for the broccoli first. Actually, broccoli doesn't do that to me anymore. It did a little bit when I started eating it, but I eat it a lot now, so my stomach's gotten used to it. I had a dream last night that I had whippets. Well, that must have been a pleasant dream. Yep. Eyeing those Doritos thinks he already knows about Valentine's Day. I didn't get the Doritos for Valentine's Day, but they are very Valentine's Day appropriate. Is Valentine's Day a scam? No, it's a holiday that is not for everybody though, right? Like kind of not for everybody. Like St. Patrick's Day or Cinco de Mayo are really drinking holidays. I don't drink, so. But Valentine's Day is definitely a holiday for people in a relationship. Celery's fun to chop. It's more like soup with curry flavoring. I think it has red lentils in it, plus quinoa and other stuff. Oh, quinoa. Well, that's a very fancy grain. Chop, chop, chops like cutting paper. It's only a scam if you hate chocolate, says Carrot. Let's see here. It's only a scam if you hate chocolate. Chop, chop at the car stealing shop. Chosen says, heck of a video. I stopped at about 3 minutes. It seems like the personalities in the video just saying one grand opinion, so I would say I am more than just one type. Well, yeah, I mean, you're not more than just one type, but it is the case that you can't glean much information from a Frank James video. Underrated God. Very subjective, sir. What's subjective? Is Eric making pig's feet, cornbread, and black-eyed peas? No, I'm making rice, broccoli, and sausage. It might be easy for you to try to key into which of the 4 quadrants you belong. Are you watching the Wisconsin-Michigan State game? I'm not. Winston's mom points out that stereotypes just to try to be funny. It's just like, he's just trying to show something in a way that doesn't actually, people are people. They're only half defined by their type. Acacia advised me to watch that. I heard Cupid's on the loose. I did pretty shitty in a bar call on Valentine's Day. The women are single and desperate. That's probably true. There's probably a lot of them in there, too. Valentine's Day is a drinking day for single people. Maybe. Great. It is a great day to get laid. Easy pickings. Meh, Pootie, says Acacia. I have a little bit of meh, too. But, Women are not. They're things to respectively talk with in a platonic fashion. You just call it WN, too, you know. But I do know what her real name is. But I'll let her answer that question. I'll give you a hint. It's not Jennifer. You know, I say, but she seems so much like a Jennifer. Well, that may be, but she's still not named Jennifer. Let's go put these in the compost pile. Eric, will you psychically find Nancy Guthrie for us? I don't know who Nancy Guthrie is. Is it like Woody Guthrie's daughter or something? Oh, good. Leo's down there. Hey, Jared. How you doing? Pretty good. We got. I'm live streaming. Rachel's watching some video. Not a whole hell of a lot. I'd like to see Leo. Leo's visiting you, huh? Well, yeah. Yeah. Well, I was thinking like for a while there he was being cooped up there. Yeah. Right. It makes me sad though to think of him cooped up. You know. I appreciate your generosity with their dog. Yeah, he is. I'm glad to see Leo's down there. Like the other day, I heard him kind of whimpering from up on the hill, which I think was probably just like he wanted to get out. He's used to having a lot of freedom. Since they moved in here, he's just kind of run around the neighborhood wild. But unfortunately, he really is fond of Jared's house because they have Lulu, their dog there, and Jared's cat doesn't appreciate Leo, so you know. Sometimes he calls him and says, "Can you come get your dog, please?" Those people across the street just, I don't know what even to say about them. The other night I heard a little fight from over there some guy was leaving and she's like, you know, "And don't ever come back here." Like I wish those people would never go back there. You live by a mountain, so freaking cool. I have to walk so far to find one. I do live in a wonderful place. It's very nice around here, and the only exception to that is those people across the street can be troublesome. An 82-year-old woman sounds correct. Who's 82 years old? She got kidnapped? Who got kidnapped? Nancy Guthrie did. Okay. Let me Google it. Nancy Guthrie. Was this that like somebody got elected and then their mother got kidnapped or something? Hmm. Well, I wonder why they kidnapped her. Like, calling an 82-year-old a kid is stretching it a little bit. I think they should call it, you know, elderly napping. My definition is basically like I am trail mix while someone else is just Skittles. So you are saying that you like if I tested you at a variety of different skills, you'd excel at all of them. Well, there are types who are more like that than others. So it's not entirely inconceivable that like you could demonstrate competency at extroverted intuition and introvert thinking and extroverted thinking and extroverted feeling. You were to do that, you'd probably be, you know, ESTP, ENTP, or something. But I can't type people that actually type in them. Nancy, the missing mom. I wonder if when they find her, it turns out it was all a big scam and she was actually running off with that younger guy or something. How is my new used car? It's good. I basically have no complaints about it. The only thing I would say that's kind of like criticism is it's got it's not very responsive. It's like if you want it to get up and go, you got to really stomp on the gas. But what do you expect from a an economy car, which I think you could fairly say the Chevy Cruze was always always intended as an economy car. And it does get better gas mileage than the Mini, and I can put regular level of gas into it, 87. I don't have to put 91, so that's good. It's got more room in it than the Mini did. I can easily put everything in the trunk from the grocery store and so forth. Do you name your cars? The only car I've had that was named was my first car, and I didn't name it. My friend Dave named it the Swami Mobile. He actually meant to say the Sanwa Mobile because it's something to do with Sanwa Bank, which used to exist, but he misspoke it and said Swami. So it was thereafter called the Swami Mobile. But I haven't named any of my other cars. Since I have a Chevy Cruze, maybe I should name it Tom. A car's last name is its model name. My white truck is named Miss Eleanor. Cool. Maybe I'll name my car Yao Xing Jia. People will be like, what does that mean? It's Chinese, obviously. It doesn't mean anything. You can't mean things speaking some meow 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 language. Chinese doesn't mean anything, just like metric measurements don't mean anything. A kilometer could be anywhere from a few feet to 100 miles. Geez. I didn't start the water soon enough on the broccoli. So there's 7 minutes left on the rice. I should be starting the broccoli right now, but this is not yet boiling. And this will go in here when it is boiling. Now let's turn our attention to this very rude looking food. When you cut it into smaller pieces, it looks a little less rude. And you do need to cut it up before you really dig into it. So I'll just cut it right now. You know what I'm going to use? I'm going to use this. This is what this is for. could leave the lid off if we want to, but I'm not sure. If you're trying to like boil down some liquid, I'm not sure if it boils down faster with the lid off because it lets the steam out, or with the lid on because it makes it be hotter. Nobody knows the answer to that question. Not even the most famous scientist. You can trust me, I'm a scientist. Hey, where are we coming along here, you might be asking? Well, this is cooking, this is cooking. This is still not boiling. I probably put in a little too much water. I am not left-handed. I'm right-handed, but this is the back camera, so it reverses things. Do you feel obligated to go for a cruise in the Chevy? I don't feel obligated to, but... Well, I've gone down the rabbit hole to end up here. I'm glad to hear it. What does that name say? Let me look at it with my glasses on. Reese Pugh. Glad to hear the rabbit hole led here. There appears to be some conflict between the sheriff and the FBI. I think I just felt a mild earthquake. Turf wars, people gonna people. Finally got one of my close friends into typology. Got to spread the typology brain more. I'm sorry people talk typology with. Check his hard drive. Who, mine? You probably wouldn't be very interested in much of anything that's on my hard drive. I don't really keep a lot of stuff on my hard drive anyway. I try to upload stuff to Google Drive so that I free up space. Fire test gold, and adversity test the brave. I'll be Bach. Says, okay, sure. Cool. Who said, and we want to make sure that we are moving in all of our economic research and global positions to avoid such competition and for that question to even arise. I have no idea who said that. My first guess is pretty cat that it was your mom, but I could be wrong about that. When it comes to economics, you know what I always say? Give them all spoons. Then we'll have plenty of jobs for everybody. Oh my God. That woman is such a fucking catastrophe of stupidity. Oh. Just figure out why you always leave the door open and let in real world bullshit into this place. You know I'm trying to avoid noticing how horrible things are. Bye. What a non-answer, right? Oh, politics. You're so schmolitics. Okay, the rice is done. I think what I'll do is move the rice to the back burner. Put this on the front burner. Turn this up too high. Turn this one off. Put this on the back burner. There we go. Now we just have to wait for this to finish boiling. Then we'll put it in, put the broccoli in for maybe 7.5, maybe 8 minutes. Last time it seemed a little bit underdone. We'll need to get a trash bag, which I have right here, and put it in the trash can. There. So yeah, the other day I was talking about fake shows inside of real shows, and ones that I like. There was one I was thinking about today. I was like, that's a cool fake show. What was it? Well, you know, Wheels Ontario, the Kroll Show, they have a fake show within a fake show called Show Us Your Songs. It's supposed to be like a Canadian, like, voice, but just for Saskatchewan or something. It's hilarious. Show Us Your Songs. Wheels Ontario is a fake show about a Canadian high school, which is for people in wheelchairs, except the main character is not in a wheelchair, and the wheelchair bullies call him Legs. Alright, put that on for 7 minutes. I suspect it might need 8. Give it 1 more minute. Okay. The rice will be well rested by then. The sausages coming along great. Just let them keep going. Let them do their thing. Let's grab a cigarillo. And we'll bring up the chat a little bigger here. That's right. Strobolomyces. You are correct about that. You're 100% correct. And I'm going to play that song for you right now. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Fun Tijuana song. Piñatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each to ride my burros. And we extend a hand of friendship south of the border. We go to visit enjoy some pina coladas, sombreros, sombreros. 5 pesos each to ride my burros. Tequila and churros. Fiesta time in Michoacan. Friends living in the sundown, south of the border. I've booked a cruise that's visiting Cancun. Pinatas.
So good.
That's a fun song. Thank you, darling. I like that song. What I want is a ringtone. There's Seth here. Hey to you, Marjorie. Hi, Seth. I will be uploading that song at some point. I've got a few songs in the works, and I believe myself. I believe I will complete them even, which is kind of a crazy thing to say, I know, but I think I will. All right, 4 minutes left on this. That's fine. That's enough time for a cigarette. See you later. Seth, thank you for your positive regard. I appreciate it. What am I doing here? Right, I'm making it bigger. There we go. Nice and big now. And then I'm going to put up this over here. I'm going to add tab to split view. This one. It looks like they're playing some hockey in the Olympics right now. US is up 6-0. I don't want to watch a blowout. Let's see what else the Olympics has to offer. Well, we watch the men's free skate part 2. Is there a third part? Please tell me there's not a third part. I just mean this is not the finals or something. Well, whatevs. Who cares about figure skating? Whatever. I mean, figure skating is cool because, you know, gay people should get to have sports too. Don't you try to tell me gay people shouldn't be allowed to do sports. They should. With 2 minutes left, I guess I'll just smoke outside this door and listen for the ding-a-ling-a-ling-ding. That's the sound the timer makes when it's done. It says ding-a-ling-a-ding-ding, 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 your food is done. That ding-a-ling-a-ding-ding, 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 your food is done. That's how it goes. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Putty Cat. There's nothing wrong with gay sports. Because we should have sports that everybody could find some sport that they could like to do. That's why we have debate, too. Even people like me can have a sport. It's not very athletic, but it's competition, zero-sum competition like sport. And yeah, there are also some sports that might at first glance seem to be super gay sports, but they're actually just super girly sports, like rhythmic gymnastics where they wave around that sash or whatever it is. Streamer, I mean. They should make childbirth an Olympic event. You can only enter if you're about to give birth, though. And their coach is saying, breathe, push, breathe, push. Leslie Barkington had her gold medal stripped away today as tests revealed that she was on painkillers during her childbirth. Beer bong is an Olympic event? I don't think they should have. That's a recipe for disaster. Drinking contests in the Olympics is going to result in alcohol poisoning for sure. Right? Oh! I didn't know that was happening. Ah! That's fine. No problem. Don't panic. Everyone's okay. The food is perfectly fine. It's just now cleaning the pan is going to be a little harder than it otherwise would have been. All right, I'm going to finish my cigarette before we serve dinner. Piñatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each to ride my burros. Tequila, churros. Fiesta time in Michoacan. Smells really good, the sausage and everything. I'll enjoy eating. It's nice that evolution made it such that not only do I have to eat, but that I find it very pleasurable. You know, we could be something that eats gross stuff, like a fly or a dung beetle or something. Fortunately, I'm a human, so I don't have to eat poop. Because, I mean, there's not really inherently a good reason to make food taste good. You could have a palate that just notes whether it has, whether, you know, nutritious or actually food. Instead, we have all these taste buds that delight us with a world of experience. What's that flavor? Why, I think it's sweet. Is that salty I taste? Mmm, umami. Umami's not a flavor, Japan. Get over yourself. Umami's like a texture. You might call it chewiness. You know what never really caught on is Flavor Flav's wearing a clock around his neck. You could imagine a world where that really caught on and everybody, instead of wearing wristwatches, started wearing neck clocks. But instead, it's really just Flavor Flav who wears neck clock. It's just more efficient to have a wristwatch, obviously. Mine has a light on it, see? Isn't that nice? 51-34. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected. But I usually don't think of Wisconsin as having a good basketball team. The Chevy Cruze. Look at us. people with a car. How amazing is that? Flavor Flav said 911 is a joke in your town. I'm pretty sure it's not a joke in my town. When I read those letters, those numbers, I read 911, okay? It's like, Flav, what do you have against 911? You can't get to 912 without it. All right, now it's time to serve food. Just like a restaurateur. A restaurateur with a lot of cool food to serve. Okay. First thing we're gonna serve, we're gonna use this. This is a rice scooper. Okay, it's specifically for this purpose. Okay. Rice scoop. And rice scoop. And then rice scoop. And rice scoop. Rice scoop. Okay. This one may have a little bit less rice in it, but that's fine. Rachel doesn't really eat as much as me, so I'll give her the one with a little bit less rice. Okay, now we're going to put this in the water so it's easy to clean. You just leave the rice to get stuck to the side of the pot. It's impossible to clean. Is this a 5-star meal? Probably. Maybe it could be a 4-star meal. If it were 5-star, I would have added some shaved truffles on top of it and included some foie gras. Do you have any gras that's not foie? What I'm going to ask next time I see a restaurant that has foie gras on the menu. I say, look, I love gras, but I don't want the foie. Put these on here. Full sausage is for me. You don't want to eat a couple pieces of sausage? She's not listening. She's on her phone with the headphones. So I'm going to give her 1 or 2 pieces of sausage. I think she might be underestimating the deliciousness of this sausage. Okay. Now we'll get this for the broccoli. I gave Rachel some extra broccoli since she's not really having any sausage. At this pan here, in a pot, and I empty the broccoli water out. Just rinse it and put it back because it's not really very dirty. Steaming broccoli doesn't really dirty your steaming pot very much. Now rinse out this top part as well. Put it back. There. Now we're going to carry these over and come back.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we're going to turn this off. Turn this off. Rachel, you want a drink?
I have coffee this here.
Okay. I have a little coffee too, but I'm going to get a non-coffee beverage. One of these bad boys. These are the best. I don't know if they're the absolute best, but they're super good. I was never a Corona drinker during life before when I drank alcohol, but even though they don't in any way, shape, or form make the best regular beer, they make fantastic non-alcoholic beer. I don't know what's up with that exactly, but that's the truth of the matter.
Thank you.
White privilege cooking. I mean, we had a car before, but then it broke down, and we struggled trying to get it fixed. You know, it was in the shop for like a month. It was horrible. Anyway, we eventually gave up on that car, and now we have a different car. Nitrates are healthy, huh? Whereas day rates will kill you. Alright. I'm going to go for... No, there's no wine bottle. This is a non-alcoholic beer. Rachel, you've probably heard of this bottle of the teriyaki sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Rachel occasionally drink alcohol, but more or less we don't drink alcohol.
Yeah, I really, honestly, sometimes it's like F80.
Right.
Which like makes me feel like a weak ass.
You know, you do a fine job of like just sipping one drink forever. So
I do that,
it's
yeah.
not like it causes you to wake up the next day with a horrible hangover.
No.
I put a little teriyaki sauce. I put a little soy sauce, and we're ready to go.
It's delicious.
What's your emergency? The operator asked. I masturbate too much. The man replied, "Sir, it's not a problem," said the operator. Man said, "Did you hear that, Mom? Now get off my case." I'm pretty good. This is filled with the flavor of deliciousness. Drugs are better than alcohol. Just UK isn't exactly the best market to get them. Sorry to hear that. I agree with you 100%. Well, I mean, sort of 100%. It is the case that if you can drink alcohol very well, if you're very good at drinking the right amount and all that stuff, that for the purpose of a relaxant, alcohol is kind of unmatched. But I mean, yeah, wine is fantastic. Good wine is fantastic, but I wish I could still drink it, but I can't, you know. Yeah, you're not wrong, Samuel. You're not wrong at all. But I think it's an easy drug to have a problem with. A lot of people have problems with alcohol. I've certainly known plenty of people who didn't have a problem with it and drank responsibly, but you know, my mom was an occasional drinker, just occasionally. I only saw her drunk one time.
Who, me?
No, my mom.
Oh.
I'm good. This shit is so good. I feel pretty confident that I quit drinking before I did any significant damage to my liver. In part, I'm convinced of this because once I went to AA, I realized that even though I was definitely an alcoholic and was never going to be able to drink well, that I was still a lightweight. Like the other people at AA, when they went on a binge, you know, according to their stories or something, they would drink more than I could even conceive of physically drinking. I'd pass out, you know. Yeah, I mean, pretty cap. More power to you, man. I would never dream of critiquing your successful use of whatever drug you want, be it alcohol or any other. This time the broccoli is perfect. That's how much it should be steamed. 8 minutes. Because if you just Google it, they're going to tell you 5 minutes. That's some really crunchy broccoli at 5 minutes. Mmm. My alcoholism is your problem, not mine. Benjamin Franklin. Yeah, totally. When I talk about alcohol being a difficult drug to do well, I'm really just telling you about my own experience. It was not possible for me to drink successfully, but you know, for those who can, it's a great drug. It's also weirdly, given that like there's nothing fancy about getting drunk, but alcohol has the most fanciness associated with any drug. You go to a fancy bar and get them mix you up a cocktail and a fancy drink in a fancy glass. And speaking of drug, do really want to try DMT. Does anyone know a thing or two? I'm trying to get. I've kind of got an order out there for DMT carts that it very well might come to fruition. So, you know, if you live relatively close to me, And I get it. You could come over and we could do it. It's fun. Yeah, I know. Booze is socially acceptable in vastly more so than other drugs, even though there's not really a good reason for that. We heard a lady at the DMV the other day just spitting vitriol about marijuana and marijuana smokers and demonizing it and saying that, causes increased criminality and stuff. It's a bunch of complete garbage. She probably drinks alcohol and is just blind to the hypocrisy. Alcohol is only bad for your health if you drink too much. And I know this isn't very revelatory about anything, but my dad was a very heavy drinker for a lot of his life slash my life. Then he quit for a while. Then he started drinking again, and he was more restrained in how much he drank. But you know, despite those habits, he made it to 82 and died of a thing totally unrelated to alcohol. And, there was always so much alcohol at my house, all different kinds. Weed's not the only drug that gives you the munchies. Weed only gives me the munchies if I eat it. Edibles will give me the munchies, but smoking weed doesn't do that. But what does give me the munchies more than anything is olanzapine. That stuff just makes me want to go stand in the kitchen and just put stuff in my mouth until there's no more stuff to put in my mouth. Booze and weed both lead to Taco Bell binges. Fair enough. I would agree with that. You like speedballing? Isn't that like speed plus heroin or some other kind of opiate? That's dangerous. That's how John Belushi died. I mean, conceptually, I like the idea of putting upper and downer together and letting them fight it out, but but it seems unsafe. Oh, you don't want to do salvia ghost, trust me. Like, if you do a small enough amount of it, you get this kind of very short, like rang, 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 rang thing going on. And if it's too strong or you smoke too much of it, you'll black out. Like I did that. That was the last time I ever did salvia. I took a big hit off the salvia pipe, and then next thing I knew, like a second in my mind, 1 second later, I was like standing up, blinking, and the guy was like, "Dude, what are you doing? Why'd you go in the house? Why'd you go in my house like that?" I it was at my pot dealer's house, and I always like went to the garage with them, bought pot, and he we smoked a little bit of it there before I'd leave. On this occasion, I smoked his salvia, and there went my consciousness. All of a sudden, I was no longer in charge of my body and what I was doing, apparently, because that's not. Anyway, salvia is not a good drug. you can trust me on this one that you'd rather do any other psychedelic than salvia. People hurt themselves on salvia too. Like they take a big hit of it and they're just so not in their head. They might like I saw this one video of somebody who was on the first floor. But he took a hit of salvia and then climbed over the back of the couch and jumped out the window. Obviously, he's not even present in his mind at that point. An 8-ball is too much speedball. You can't put a whole 8-ball in a speedball. I think what a speedball is speed plus heroin that gets mixed together and injected. But I have a general rule of no needles, no PCP. And if I had the ingredients for a speedball, well, I'd just put the downer away in the closet or something and just smoke all the meth. That's probably what I would do. But that's me. You do you. I mean, I wouldn't recommend cocaine, putty cat. It's like coke's kind of like a a fancy one of those little cars that little kids drive around in. It's like a fancy one of those. Whereas meth is like a real car. If you just want to pretend to be up, do coke. But if you want to actually be up, that's not a good way to do it. Yeah, suddenly given arm produces powerful out of body and amnesia like experiences over a short time frame. Benzos, if you do too many benzos, that'll also make you black out. The Mazatec people of Mexico, huh? So that's why there's so much adobe in salvia. Coke's fine. Too much is not a good thing. It is a cane, so a numbing effect. Shrooms are worth doing. Do you have any videos talking about good argumentation for typology? Yeah. I mean, well, I don't know if I'm expressly talking about that. I'm sure there are videos that I talk about expressly that, but um, if you're saying like, well, how do we check to see if something's argued well? I mean, that's a lifetime of endeavor to explain. It takes the well, I mean, I guess the point would be for voltology, you can't make good arguments in favor of voltology because it's not presenting a mechanics that implicitly creates mutual exclusivity. Like if I'm testing your functions and you test, let's say, polar and TI, well, then I can reliably expect countervalued FE. I can reliably expect um, effective third slot TE. I can reliably expect, right? And I can use those other elements that are limited in their attentional capacity by the exclusivity to double check, confirm, do a good job. With Voltology, you can't really argue in favor of it because there's no reason why it's the way it is. Let's say they're right that certain eye movements or whatever link to certain intentional functions. There's no particular reason why it would be that way and not some other way. So you can't you can't look to the internal logic of those things to justify things, nor can you. You can only you just can't successfully use that type of people. I'm sorry. Even if they get it right occasionally, that's it's still a terrible way to type people. Lidocaine for heart arrhythmia is a cane, so cocaine has medical purposes. Yeah, they do actually sometimes use it to staunch bleeding as well. Apparently, cocaine will, like, let's say you've got a nosebleed that won't stop running or whatever. I know it sounds crazy, but apparently they put cocaine up there, or at least used to. I did not see either halftime show. I listened to little bits of the Bad Bunny halftime show. It was, from what I could tell, Bad Bunny is absolutely terrible. And I'm not saying that because I don't like Mexican music or Puerto Rican music or whatever. Because, you know, whatever it is you're doing, you could do it badly or well. He did whatever it is he was doing very badly. I don't know why he's popular. No, he's definitely not a good artist. You're right about that, pretty kid. I wasn't. I didn't know really before listening to little bits of that halftime show. I'd never listened to him before, but more or less completely disposable garbage as far as I can tell. Could you take this bag of trash to the dump? Sure. Would you like me to take all that Bad Bunny stuff with me? Yes, please. Yeah, I didn't necessarily think you were being political. I think maybe all tricks was being a little political, but I didn't think you were being political. What made the anus a sexy hole? I'm trying to get little hairs off of it and also the little worms that come out. You know, if you squeeze your nose, you get little worms come out, little white worms of goo. Well, I'm getting those. Look, listen to me, G. The butthole is not for humping. I don't know why people do that. It makes no sense. It's dirty and gross. Just no. That's what that hole in front is for. I guess, you know, if you're gay, you get a little bit of a pass, but being homosexual doesn't mean you have to be gross and dirty. There's not any dirtier place on a person's body. Wow, this guy's really bringing a theatricality to his ice skating performance. Apparently, diving's a super gay sport too. Kind of makes sense that he wears speedos and stuff. But perhaps the gayest sport of all is the RuPaul's Drag Race. That's The United Slime of America, Ask America is Country Zoo. Okay, James Hill. Well, here in America, we believe you are entitled to your opinion. I actually don't think wrestling is a gay sport. You'd think it would be, but I actually don't think it is. I think it's mostly straight people who wrestle. Gee, a woman's vagina is a self-cleaning organ, okay? I keep my eyes and balls away from my ass. Your eyes away from your ass than your balls. So your balls start off quite close to your butt. Unless yours are located somewhere unusual. Like you've got one nut under each shoulder blade or something. That's certainly possible. It happens all the time, I would suspect. Whom do we have to thank for shoulder blade nuts? Evolution, of course. And from now on, instead of praying to God, I'm going to pray to evolution. Oh, evolution, thank you so much for making me have eyes. In your 20s and 30s, were you this chilled? No, I was probably a lot more spazzy. You know, one of the worst things about getting older is remembering how you were when you were young. As I said to Rachel the other day, I can't look back at myself without rolling my eyes. I'm lucky if I can look at my current self without rolling my eyes. Teabag's perspective on buttholes is buttholes are great and unique. It's like looking at a fishing hole and saying, man, I need to check that out. I mean, it's like looking at a fishing hole that's been polluted by cesspools. What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Yeah, I've heard that joke before. Have they sold you an extended warranty on my car? No, the car has no warranty. It wasn't. I didn't even buy it. So I just gave it to us, of course, and um, I probably put it in my name, I guess, but who knows when I'm gonna get around to that. It doesn't really matter. It's in Delilah's Travis's name. She's my daughter, whatever. My mind is showing me things. Really? What's it showing you? Is it showing you a vision for the future? A world in which America thrives because of wonderfulness? Okay, don't be gross. Can we stop? Okay, enough of the butthole stuff. Just enough. Rimming should not be mainstreamed, okay? Just, oh God. You guys, let's just not, okay, no more of that. Stop that. That's super gross. I don't want to hear about it. Boy, it's like someone forgot to turn on the no grossness sign. My taxes on Valentine's Day was the only way I could was getting fucked on Valentine's Day. I could appreciate that. There's something, maybe the single people should do that. It should be a broadly understood thing where if you're single, you're going to take advantage of Valentine's Day to get ahead of the couples on your taxes. So then, like, so what do you do for Valentine's Day? And single people don't have to be like, nothing, I'm single, it was annoying, I didn't like the holiday. You can say, I got my taxes done. What did you do? I went out to dinner. Okay, well, who feels better about their choice now? Me or you? Me.
I have a goal of getting stoned.
That's a good goal. You should eat some stuff and
I'm thinking the
I
solid.
I would recommend just take a spoonful, swallow it down, and chase it with something rather than try to mix it.
Oh yeah.
In my mind,
Okay.
it's better to get the bad taste over with quickly
Okay.
than to have it extend in a cup of coffee like you did yesterday.
Okay.
Gowd. My mind is showing me a particle violating at least 3 conservation laws just to spite me. Gosh, I wondered what happened to physics these days. Well, physics has become a little obsessed with uncertainty. With the fact that light moves in quantized portions in some sense. Scientifically, it's called the internal analysis sphincter. Really? Is that when you're humping somebody in the butt, are you doing analysis? That's interesting. A friend told me that he had trouble getting a date for Valentine's Day. I don't understand what's so hard about it. They literally go and grow in trees. That is such a dumb joke. Your date pun.
I'm so sorry I'm not involved with today more.
Oh, don't be. You and I are both effing opposite sides of the same thing. Oh, I hope Rachel's not annoyed that I'm not paying more attention to her or something.
No, not at all. I don't feel that at all. I actually appreciate you understanding that I'm kind of well, I'm sick. I'm not just kind of sick.
Yeah, you're sick for sure. You're but I think this virus, as viruses go, I mean, we don't know how it's going to run its whole course, but it seems like not a particularly intense one.
No, no, I think it's just a bad cold.
Yeah. Yeah, cold more likely than flu. I think.
Yeah, I think if I had flu, I don't think I would be able to keep down any food. Flu, so.
Well, flu doesn't always involve pukiness, but
Really?
yeah, not always. But what it always involves is like body aches and like being super tired and just wanting to stay in bed.
No, I mean, I am super tired, but I don't. Maybe it's the flu. I don't know. My dad seems to think it. He's like, it's flu season. But last time I had the flu, I was bedridden. I was achy and sweaty and cold and stuff. I honestly believe I just have a bad cold. It's not even bad cold. It's just a cold. Because I'm able to sleep at night. Pretty cat. Good question. I gave out Valentine's cards to everyone. I maybe
Maybe you gave the best Valentine's Day card to the best boy, and then
I don't. I was shy, so maybe I was a little bit excited to give a Valentine's Day to a card to a boy that I liked, but I was extremely afraid of rejection. Maybe I don't know. I just was shy, so and I knew that I shy and I was awkward, so I was just and my mom was just like, if we're going to do Valentine's Day's cards, everyone in the class is going to get one. So no, I never had a special. No. Did you ever have a girl's give you an extra special Valentine's Day?
I have literally no recollection of Valentine's Day in school.
That's so funny.
I don't remember what we did or.
I have to poop. Sorry.
I never liked things that involves cutting stuff out of paper and putting it together.
Well, that's more of a. It is more of a girl thing to do.
I just was not good at the crafty stuff. Like my
Yeah,
cuts
no.
looked ugly. Everything it always turned out terrible. Like, if we had to make things like that, I do remember some point in elementary school making Valentine's with construction paper.
Speaking of, I need to wrap your gifts.
Okay, go
So,
for it.
okay.
Do you need some material or something?
I just need the wrapping paper.
Okay. I once tried. Never again. Some things are better, say, in movies. Well, in the first band that I was in called Puppy Bus, our second album was called Dig Me. And the reason it was called that is because my friend Dave was in the band. He had come across some of those little hearts for some reason. And he found one that said on it, Dig Me. And we thought that was cool. Did the album come out good? No. All that Puppy Bus stuff is terrible. Absolutely terrible. I'm gonna snort your heart, 'cause it's made out of speed. Gonna snort your heart. What do you need? You need me to provide me a handkerchief. Handkerchief, handkerchief, baker's man. Hand me a kerchief with your hand. Okay, I'm gonna go outside, have a cigarette. And when I come back inside, maybe I'll work a little bit on that um, video that I've been doing pre-work on. You know, I was not very. I remember this one girl in elementary school class. I mean, when I was in elementary school, but she was older than me. But I had a crush on her. I remember that because it's like for a while I just thought like, wow, that girl's so great. She's such a great girl and stuff like that. It took me a while to realize that like, oh, this is what they mean when they say you have a crush on somebody. But I was kind of enamored with her. If I was, when you're in like fourth grade and she's in sixth grade or something, that's a big gap right there. And back in the day, people didn't really date each other in elementary school that I remember. Maybe, maybe current kids play like, you know, harmless, wholesome enough couple or something, and even younger, but not when I was in school. And then in middle school, I still wasn't really thinking about chicks at all. I mean, I in middle school as well as in high school, I had this just kind of fascination with this forbidden treasure called the girls' locker room. I never saw inside of it or anything, but I always would imagine what it looked like in there. That all the girls were in there, with their clothes off. I just thought like, oh, if I was invisible, I'd just go right in there and look at them. And I get to see all their goodies. But I was in middle school, so you're gonna have to excuse my, you know, rutting qualities. Well, I mean, I was imagining the same thing too, which was for since I knew what the boys' locker room was, that meant that they had also must have prison showers. Like there are these tall things, right? That on top of them there's a circle, and then they've got like 5 or 6 shower heads coming out, so you all stand around the same thing. And so there's like 4 of those. And they each had a fair number of shower heads come off it, so that everybody could shower at one time in this relatively tight space. Yeah, and we were required to shower completely naked. There was no getting out of it. So when I was imagining the girls' locker room, I was imagining the same thing, but there were girls in there instead of boys. It was my principal. I was in there being paddled for writing cuss words on the wall. We played wall ball on. Wall ball? What's wall ball? Is it you throw a ball against the wall and it bounces back and you get it? Did you use a tennis ball? They're not playing music, which is nice, but once again, they're talking loudly outside. Just go inside, you people. Why do you want to be outside all the time? I'm just saying that I was talking about like my childhood thing, like my progression from childhood from not caring about girls at all to eventually like having my first girlfriend when I was like 18 years old. So I'm just talking about the progression of Eric into adolescence. High school, I was also fascinated with the girls like that, but once again, I obviously never got to see inside of it or anything. But high school was less like military about the showering. If I remember correctly, I didn't necessarily shower every day after PE in high school. In middle school, it was like you have a PE period that's like 45 minutes to an hour long. I don't remember exactly how. And you got these kids go in there and have to change their clothes, put on their PE clothes, go outside, do PE for some sort of time, come back inside, take a shower, get back dressed into their regular clothes, and go to the next class. So you're not actually doing PE for very long, right? And some days your PE might be, all right, we're doing the presidential fitness thing. And so everybody's going to be taking turns doing pull ups and show me how many pull ups you can do or something like that. You're not even going to get sweaty on that day. But it didn't matter. In middle school, every day, every person had to shower. So, obviously, I found that. Well, I mean, I it wasn't it wasn't the nightmare of an environment you might imagine. It was like in middle school PE. I don't think I recall a lot of cruelty in the locker room. In the locker room, particularly, I think the PE coach must have just done a good job of managing his groups of kids. Coach O. I remember him. Positively. I'd say he was a good PE coach. And then there was the other guy who was who was meaner than Coach O. Coach O wasn't like not strict, but he was kind of like warm about it. Oh, that high school thing. Why did they include me in that interview? I don't know. It was the high school news channel. Every morning in high school we watched other students put on the high school news. Maybe it wasn't every morning, but at least once a week. I think it might have been every morning. We watched the high school news, which had high school students doing a newscast, and one of the stories they were covering was a new law in Arcadia that you had to notify the cops before you have a kegger. So The high school news people were obviously not happy about this because nobody was happy about this because people didn't want the cops to come break up their cake, right? So then they interviewed the students about their opinion on this new law. And I was one of the students they interviewed. Why did they pick me? I have no recollection. I had no recollection of that even occurring until somebody sent me that on Facebook. Yeah, like for anybody who doesn't believe that a person's personality type remains the same throughout their life, if you watch that video, you'll see Eric is the same now as he was then for sure. I am the same. All right, ice skating. You're not really thrilling me that much. I'm not gonna lie. I was sorry to see Chaw here fall. I really thought he was the best and got robbed kind of with a low score in the previous skating. They've got, I don't know, they've got multiple things. This is figure skating free skate. I think that's might also be called the long program because they did the short program earlier. Yeah. What, mister? What do you want? So, if you want to see it without clicking the link, I'll put it up for you. Here's the bit of me.
Thanks, Chrissy. Okay, you've heard the police's opinion of the new law and why they enacted it, and we wanted to find out what students at Arcadia High thought. So with me I have Eric Strauss, Jeremiah Carroll, Buffy Yant, Sam Matringa, and Rita Gatto. And Eric, what is your opinion of the new law?
Well, the First Amendment of the Constitution guarantees essentially that people have the right to peacefully assemble, and a party should be considered a peaceful assembly unless there's injury being given to other human beings, and in most parties that's not the case. So the law is pretty much, I think, unconstitutional and should be abolished.
Okay, and Jeremiah, what do you think?
Well, Eric, you are right. You are right about your opinion.
Eric.
Yeah. So, if you're one of those people who says, no, it's not true that personality stays the same. You know, people change, and that is obviously the same meaning now as then. I would give much the same answer today. I mean, the thing is, if I were to reply to that question now, I would be probably more outraged by it because as an adult, it seems insane to imagine that an adult should have to call the cops before they have a party to notify them of their assembly. No, thank you. But I think when I answered the question here, I was assuming it was just directed at kids. I think it was intended just really for kids, but like I don't think the cops would bust adults in Arcadia who are like have a gathering at their house and are drinking white wine and stuff for not calling them first. What do you want, Trouble? That's why I'm coming over here. You want something? You want me to watch you eat? Or what? Mr. Big Cat. You're such a big cat, Mr. Big Cat. Is the biggest cat anyone has ever seen. Bigger than a lion, bigger than a regular cat. That's how big he is. There's so much shedding. Why? Why with all the shedding though? It's so annoying. I'm gonna wet this comb so I can get more of his hair off. Oh yes, what a good boy. What an important gentleman. What a wonder of nature you are. Yes, you are the wonder of nature. You are the mascot of Niagara Falls. Oh yes. What could be fancier than that, huh? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, I'm actually glad I came over to do that and comb him because he is really starting to shed. It must be because springtime's coming around, you know. And it's not been very cold. So his body's saying, hey, maybe I should shed even more of this fur that I'm constantly shedding shit tons of. Apparently that's what's happening. Yeah. I wonder if there is potentially, when we get into summer, a solution that could be attained by shaving him.
Are we talking about shaving?
Trouble.
Oh yeah.
Well, the amount of shedding is
Yeah. It's like all the time, every day.
Yeah, and it gets all over everything. When I swept with a broom on the carpet in here, I just get these big rolls of hair.
I know, it's crazy, and he doesn't even like move far. Like he doesn't go many places, but his hair is everywhere.
Yeah. Well, I think what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put this away, and then I'm going to go outside and smoke a cigarette, and then I'll come back in here and make a little progress on my ISTJ video. Put that there. Et voila! The magic of saran wrap. Sometimes called cling wrap. My mom always called it saran wrap, so that's what I call it. But I guess saran wrap is a brand of cling wrap. If you want to be all name Nazi on me. Okay, so we're going to do that with our doing fingers. What we said we were going to do, which is the cigarette and this other thing. ISTJs are great. Yeah, can we get off the sword fighting topic, please? It was not something that occurred in the locker room that I ever recall. I'm glad we came to an agreement, says the ghost. I am too. I don't know what we agreed on, but I'm cool with the agreement. Full of crocodiles, the Everglades. I'm pretty sure they're alligators, actually. But maybe they have crocodiles, too. I don't know. I think of Florida as having alligators, but maybe I'm wrong. Chalk your blunties. Chain up your bunties, chain up your bunties. What are your bunties doing up chains? What does chain up your bunties mean? Hmm? Smoke a blunt. I don't have any blunt papers. I could roll some joints. But right now I'm going to smoke a cigarette. And then after that, I'm gonna try to do a little work on that video. Winter storm watch. When's this winter storm coming? I'll be the judge of that. Winter storm watch. We haven't even gotten any snow yet this year. It's from Sunday, February 15th through Wednesday, February 18th. All right, let me just see the forecast then. So I guess Sunday night, about say 9 p.m., the precip is going to start. By precip there, I mean precipitation. It's going to rain all night, all day on Monday. It's going to rain and snow all night, Monday night. And then all the way till 6 o'clock on Wednesday. We're going to get more precipitation. Well, that looks like a pretty sizable storm. Hopefully it comes to fruition. What video? I'm working on a video on ISTJs. I've completed the script for it. And I've even generated some images that I can use in the video. I could generate more potentially. I went to these various AI image generators. It's really impressive what those things can do. It's like it's so science fiction. It's so completely science fiction that you can just tell these things. Like, I'll show you the images I made, okay, and what the prompt was. And it's kind of just it's mind-boggling that it can be so good. Like I said, make a picture of a man getting tools out of the back of his truck in front of a lovely home. And that's what it generated. Where's the next one? That's crazy impressive, right? This one, I said, draw a picture of, make a picture of a woman with a hot beverage sitting on a couch, being cozy with a blanket. And it made that. And I was like, wow, that's pretty good. That's why I said a young man facing an older woman, sitting in a chair facing an older woman in a wheelchair and reading a book to her. It looks like that. And then this one, I said, draw a square made up of 4 equal squares and put these words in each of the squares. Like in the top left, put mind, bottom left, world. Oh, you got it wrong though. I didn't check that before. The internet is supposed to be on the top one. So it's not perfect, obviously. This, I said, draw a stick figure of a square made up of 4 squares with the stick figure guy in the bottom left square. So it did pretty good. This is the script I have for it. You know, I might end up paying for one of these AIs. Maybe Gemini. I haven't tried Gemini's photo making thing yet, or image making thing yet. Gemini's the most sensible, logical one to do because it bundles with all of my other Google stuff. Like, not necessarily in terms of payment, but I'm just being. I'm heavily involved with Google stuff already, with lots of different Google stuff. So I trust Google. I believe in Google. I think that they're probably going to end up making the best thing anyway. So I should just get Gemini. It's like $10 a month or something, but they wanted me to. I think it was that one. I think I looked into maybe getting it, but they wanted me to pay a year up front. I don't feel like spending 100 and some bucks today on Gemini. ChatGPT gives you a limited number per day of images for free. What is that sound? Is it like frogs or something? I think it is frogs. Do you guys hear that? It's better to do it this direction so I'm not backlit. Coming out back because I don't want to listen to the neighbors across the street. It's fine. That's a good solution. I need to get in the habit of coming back here instead of going up front. It's annoying that they're always outside making noise. I mean, they're not always outside. They're outside during these kind of hours. You know, afternoon, evening. They're not up super late partying, although more late on the weekends, but it's all more or less within the range of defensible levels of whatever in general. So it's hard to. I mean, it's like it's annoying, but I can't get too mad about it, you know. And of course, they've also got AI that makes little video clips and stuff. I've seen how the Y-Files incorporates AI generated videos in some of their videos, recent videos. Like they'll be telling a story of like aliens invading and what it would look like or something, and then they'll have a little video clip of some AI generated newscasters, either like with like a map behind them that and they say things like you know international people leaders internationally are alarmed by this or something, a little clip like that. Personally, I don't see any problem at all with using AI generated stuff in content. Sometimes you see YouTubers put on the beginning of their video no AI stuff in this content. It's really about, like, if you're using something to actually execute your vision, that you have an actual vision, then it's fine if it helps. If you're just trying to mass generate spam content, I don't think you're going to successfully do that. You still have to, give instructions to the thing and have some kind of idea. The texting thing on YouTube separates a lot of the emojis and makes it look distorted. I'm sorry to hear that. It's cold out here. That's not smoke. It's visible coldness is what it is. This is what coldness looks like. Anyway, I think that in the Kroll show, where they have that fake show Wheels Ontario, which has within it a fake show called Show Us Your Songs. I think Show Us Your Songs is a fantastic title. They're both our names. Alright, this will go in there. And this and Eric will go inside the house, where warmness reigns supreme. So, what do you guys think about warmness? You like it or not so much? Yeah, we all think warmness is great. I'm glad. I'm so glad to know that everybody loves warmness. Alright, if I'm going to do this, I guess I'm going to need to locate / put into the thing this thing. This is called a little camera. Isn't that cute? Well, let's see here. I guess I could do this from this black chair here. Should reach. Beep boop beep, beep boop beep, beep boop beep, beep boop beep, beep boop beep. Try to do it as fast as the computer makes that sound.
So I'm thinking I might have the flu, maybe. I just had some diarrhea.
Well, that could link to, there could be a symptom of the flu, or maybe, you've been eating whatever and you had to poop it all out. Do you have any stomach cramps or anything?
No.
Alright, well, that's good. Alright, now I need this thing. Oh, right. Another thing I'm going to need is the microphone. Microphone. Baker's man. Bake me a microphone in my hand. I should probably add another sentence here. Seems like it needs one. Okay, the sentence it needs is they spend a lot of time attending to the past, both attend to the past from reliving old memories to recalling today's schedule. SI drives the train. Why, that's not a train, Ark. Oh, it's fine. It's good enough. Everything doesn't have to be all perfect all the time. Yeah, everything has to be perfect all the time. Come on, you guys. Cereal, though. Alright, microphone. I remember you from such activities as recording music and making videos. I wonder if it's too soon. I'm kind of tempted to, though. For some reason. I'm not sure what the reason is, but it's been 4 days since I took mushrooms. And I took them on Monday. It's now Friday evening. That should be good enough, I would think. But I'm not really sure. Okay. Now, let me get an XLR cable. Here's an XLR cable. So, I'm going to put this in here, like meow. And then we're going to put this end over here, like meow. Okay. You're way out of lettuce, buddy. Jalapenos, yes. 5 pesos each to ride my burros. Alright, we're gonna open up OBS for the first time in a long time. Where even is it? I don't even see it on. Oh, there it is. I haven't used this app in a while. Just gonna probably want to update. You know how things do. They're like, oh, you haven't opened me in 6 months. Now I have to update. My burros are pretty fun to ride, dude. It's easily worth 5 pesos. Maybe even 10 pesos. Why are you taking so long to open? There it is. Okay, update now. Fine. I told you it was going to make me update. I didn't have to, but figured might as well, Eric. Might as well update. OBS Studio update. Installing updates. Installing virtual camera. Update complete. Launch OBS. Soon heading off to snoozy land. Been a long day, says Dallas man. I need to delete these things I was previously working on. Gonna go like that, gonna go like that, gonna go like that, gonna go like this, and gonna go like that, gonna go like what? This is how I'm gonna go. You could see I'm gonna go like that. GGG. Window capture off. Yes. Video capture device 2. Now that sounds like my kind of thing. Why do not work? Doesn't seem to be working. I don't see anything. What's going on here? I'll make a new one. Right there, now it's working. Good. Yes, good job, good job, good job. 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 Eric, so yeah, he did a super good job. Okay. I mean, yeah, this isn't the best possible place to record. I turn that light off behind me. But it was fine. It'll work. It'll do work like Miley Cyrus does twerk. Would you agree that of all the people in the world, most associated with twerking, number one is Miley Cyrus? If you want to really twerk me, you gotta start doing twerks. Which one is the front? That is the front of this. Oh, it's coming out of there, huh? I can't tell which side is the front. I mean, it's got to be this side, right? I think so. Oh, this one is over here. I need to get my glasses. I need to get my glasses. I need to go to the banyo. Oh, they're in my pocket. All right, let's take a gander at the microphone. That should be the back, right? Yeah, this is the front. Okay. That's why it was like this, I guess. That's terrible. That's not gonna work. How am I gonna do this? I need to just take this off and put it in a better place. That's what I need to do. This is a horrible microphone setup holder thing. It's absolutely fucking horrible. There. Okay. Now. So this is the front of it. Oh god. Ah! Could there be anything more frustrating than this? How does this even supposed to work? Oh my god, this is such a disaster. Take this out. Take this off. Okay. Take this freaking rubber band thing off. Take this one off. Okay, there. Those are off now. And turn this around until it's tight. Okay, now it's tight. Loosen this. Now we want the microphone to be right here. Now tighten this. Is it tighten it? Let's loosen it. God damn it. Tighten this. Still not tight enough? There. And then we'll just go like this. Okay. Oh. Okay. There. Now I've got it. Now I'm cooking with biscuits. There we go. Okay. Whew, that was hard. That was so difficult. I'm surely going to win the prize for accomplishing difficult things. But I have to go pee before I start really working on this. I wonder if there's a better place I could sit that's still within range of the computer so I don't have to move the computer. Like it would be better to have this white wall as a background here. Like if I were to sit right here. But that's going to be too much moving the computer around. Let's see here. I guess I could move this stuff out and turn this chair this way. I could do that. I could turn this chair this way. Right. Alright, let's do it. Fine. If we're gonna bother doing it, might as well try to do it more right rather than less right. We don't need this plugged in right now. Come on. Okay, we're making progress. Just like Lewis and Clark did when they scouted the route all the way to Oregon. That's why today we're celebrating the accomplishments of Lewis and Clark, American heroes, friends to all. Move over here closer to the lamp and we try to get, like this view. Let's see. How it would look. Come on. What made you make that? Like, that's not too bad, I get that kind of a view going. This is fine. This is a fine thing to put this on. It's good enough. But I really need to have this lamp over here. So I don't get backlit. But it's not that strong of a lamp, If I wanted to do even better job, maybe I should bring another lamp over here. Put it right there. I guess this should be closer to me. Oh wait, there it is right there. Okay, this lamp is doing a good job of providing light, but it's also blocking the TV for me. That's a little bit better. Okay. Somebody has to go pee. And that somebody is me. So put this over here for now. Oh, I need to go get more cigarettes. I guess I have enough buds so I could get them tomorrow. I have another full cigarette too. Guys, I'm gonna leave you guys here. I'll let you be on the outside looking in. Oh my God, I feel so sad because I have to stand outside. That's how you could feel about that, but I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee.
Eric?
Yep. I'm over here. I'm
Where?
over here. Right here.
Oh, there you are.
Yep. I'm gonna go pee in the drain right here.
Oh. I have a conundrum.
What's your conundrum?
I wanted to watch Valentine's Day, the movie, because to get me in the mood for Valentine's Day,
Uh-huh.
but Ashton Kutcher's in it.
Ooh.
I know. I know.
That would be a deal breaker for me, but
It's a deal breaker for me too, I think. What should I do? Like, oh
I mean,
man,
I watched that James Franco thing, so
that's true. But yeah, Ashton Kutcher's so evil.
He's like very near the top of the list of shit.
Yeah, and I won't watch J-Lo, but I'll watch, so like I feel like a hypocrite. Like J-Lo is like way less. She's worse. She's bad. I mean, if I'm not watching J-Lo, I might as well not watch Ashton Kutcher, right?
Oh, you just started and see the bug, dude.
No, I mean that's why I paused the movie because I kind of I'm like I don't really like this.
Is he the main character?
He's one of the main characters.
Well,
Yeah, I know. All right, maybe I'll watch The Notebook. That's a romantic movie.
cool.
I don't think there's any problematic people in it.
You can watch probably 50 First Dates.
50 First Dates?
Yeah, right. That's got Adam Sandler in it.
Yeah, and Drew Barrymore. That's cute. That's a cute one. I like your suggestion. I think I'm gonna take it.
Thank you.
Do you mind if it'll probably charge?
Oh, you're gonna rent it? That's fine.
Are you sure? Because
You can rent it. You just log in and do you have my account on my computer?
I think I do.
Okay. Well, if not, then put it on my card if you can. Or
Okay.
If that's too much of a hassle, then.
No, it should be fine.
Okay. Beautiful night, pretty cold.
It is pretty cold.
Okay, I'm back. I've made it the urine. And now I'm ready for whatever life may bring. Okay. I actually wonder, I'm thinking about it. I could record, well, I can't film the live stream. I'll just end the stream. I could record the video on my phone, but if I do it like this way, I can set it all up so that, well, I'm only going to have that many still images. Do I need more still images? I mean, how long of a video am I gonna make here anyway? Alright, let me make this window smaller. I'll let you see what I'm doing. So I'm trying to use OBS here to make this video, and I'm gonna make this smaller. And we're going to add a browser. Add existing browser. Where is it? I forget that then. Window capture? No. Yes, window capture. Window capture 5. Select the window to capture. This one. Okay. So now I need to go to that window and get rid of this, or separate these. Separate views. Okay, now go back to here, and we're going to make some adjustments. So if you hold down Control, then Alt, Shift, no, how do you crop? There we go. It is Alt. And we'll go like meow. And then we'll go like meow. Right. Okay. We'll go like meow. Oh. Right there. Now we'll make it bigger. We'll put it right there. But really, we should go like this. Maybe put it up here. If I can get my head in there. I can put it in the middle. I want to have a space for a still image too, maybe. Okay, well, I'm going to put myself over here. I'm going to put an image right there. I can make this a little bit narrower. Okay, now let's add an image. Or we could do an image slideshow. Let's just do an image. Fine. We're going to browse for our image. We're going to go to downloads. And we're going to we can put this image. Now, obviously, this image is too big. This is a long image. I didn't really want a long image. I wanted a sideways image, but this will do fine. I just put it here, and then I'll put this over my head. Now, once I start recording this, I could go to here and read it up of here. Okay. It's a receiving function. Receiving intentional frame. Is core to all knowers. Alright. So I've got that mead, I've got this mud, I've got the piddity pud. Now it's time to pull some bong rips too, because if I don't, then I'll be made of poo. Looks like Ted, my neighbor. 51st dates is it. Cool. I hear you watching it. She's obviously must be not here if she's watching that, so. That looks like Ted, your neighbor, huh? This guy? That's Eric. Who's Eric? Just a pretty special guy. A pretty special little guy. This guy right here. That's who Eric is. Odd. Okay. I'm going to now. Adam Sandler is a fire horse. Oh. We're good for him. That no doubt prevents people from trying to climb on his back and get a free ride. Oh, don't try to ride that horse. It's on fire. I think on fire is a good prepositional phrase. Like, people could say just like you're flaming. I mean, nowadays it would mean something different, but that you are aflame. Yes, Drew Barrymore and Adam Sandler. They play romantic interests who are thrust into a very unusual situation when one of them wakes up with some kind of severe memory disability for reasons I don't remember. Maybe I have the same disease that Drew Barrymore has, and that's why I don't remember. I watched Ever After with Drew Barrymore and Knight's Tale soon after. Was feeling the medieval vibe. Drew Barrymore is a wood rabbit, huh? Cool. If she tries to ride on Adam Sandler, she's gonna catch on fire. Does it take your freedom? Bam, 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 bam. Oh, freedom are you talking about? If she is an ENFJ, she's a good candidate for forgetting things. Drew Barrymore? I don't know if she is or not. I don't believe I've ever attempted to type her before. I'm Drew Barrymore. That's my Drew Barrymore impression. As Paul get the there, I'm Drew Barrymore. And here's my impression of Adam Sandler. Oh my God, Adam Sandler. He says she was ENFJ. I did. Okay, that makes sense. It does make sense. I don't hear that and say, what were you thinking, Eric? It makes sense. She's like, you know how that lady, Jared's sister, touched us when she was talking to us? Drew Barrymore is like that, I think. Oh my God, Drew Barrymore. She's very touchy, I think. I see parodies of her talk show. It's funny. I would like to see such a thing. I watched a couple of different people. I think Drew Barrymore impressions. Mama Kamala, we need you. What is his name? I forgot what I said. What you're referring to. Linda Fiorentina. I've never heard of them. I haven't seen Wallace and Gromit really, maybe ever. I'm not sure. Slay Queen. Are you talking about you're trying to suggest you want me to do well when I compete later in the RuPaul's Drag Race? Thanks. I will do my best. I'll be like, oh no, you didn't. That's how you. That's how you succeed in the RuPaul's Drag Race. And I'll walk like this to help me win in the RuPaul's Drag Race. You gotta swivel your hips around if you want to win the RuPaul's Drag Race. Hello, mateys. Hi, New Groove. How you doing? My hips don't lie, okay? My hips may sink ships, but they don't lie. That was very swivelly, yeah. When Rachel and I went to Vegas, we stayed at the Flamingo, and one of the shows they had at the Flamingo was the RuPaul's Drag Race, review or whatever. And so they had a store inside the Flamingo that was just for branded RuPaul's Drag Race stuff. All right, T-Bag, you have a nice evening. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. Like, I thought my friend Brennan, when he came over here, or when we saw him walking, I thought he had on a witch's hat. You would have thought so too. I later heard him talk about his hat, though, and I learned that it's actually a wizard's hat. So you might have thought, well, maybe he was dressing up in girl clothes. You'd be right, but not on top of his head. It looked like a purple witch's hat, but I obviously am not well versed enough in magic user hats. You're watching Drew and Adam flirting right now. The sparks are flying, huh? Wow. I wonder if they ever had an actual date in real life. Is Adam Sandler like married or something? Drew Barrymore, I think she's been through a number of different relationships. I remember a long time ago she like got with a regular guy in LA or something. And I remember reading the news about it and I thought, oh, that would be weird if just some random regular guy and all of a sudden you're dating Drew Barrymore. It was back, when I was in my 20s or something. I hope you wouldn't fib to the CIA, 'cause they need you to tell the truth. If I were going to pair Adam Sandler with a celebrity, I would put him together in a relationship with uh, Amy Poehler. Or, wait, is that her name? Who's the one who's related to the senator? Who's the one that was also in that one season of Murders in the Building? Who is that lady? I think Adam Sandler should marry her. If he's already married, that's fine. He can do it after his current wife dies. Who did Adam Sandler marry? Who's he married to? Schumer. Thank you, Rachel. Amy Schumer, not Amy Poehler. So did Sandler marry a celebrity or a regular person or what? How long have they been married? What are the skeletons in the closet? Are the Sandlers on Epstein's list? He's married to a non-celebrity. I wonder how that is working out for him. Does he have kids? Is that Schumer dated a chef with autism? Well, Acacia, everybody has autism. I think you have clearly a severe case of undiagnosed autism. And I think what you're doing right now is just kind of lashing out at other people saying they have the disease that you really have. Let me prescribe some anti-autism drugs for you. I'm just going to pick them at random, okay? So you're going to have to really work hard to make the placebo effect work. We're going to get you some Imodium. And you can take some tetracycline. That's an antihistamine. Give you 2 Tylenol PMs. And a quart of vodka. Call me in the morning. Tell me how your autism's feeling. Dr. Eric saves the day again. You know what they say? The only way to solve a problem is with the same thing that caused it. That's why I'm in favor of maximally, redundantly vaccinating the shit out of everybody who who has autism. Okay, who has autism. People who really have autism, they don't actually have to undergo this. But Sandler is married for over 22 years. Well, isn't that nice? What a wholesome story. He has two daughters, whom he named Satan and Lucifer. So, yeah, well, just for the record, it is not the case. No, vaccines do not cause autism, okay? They do not cause it. I want to be clear about that. That is ridiculous poppycock. Lucy Fur Sandler. Lucy Fur Sandler? Here's a genealogy question. Who's your daddy? Well, right now, I'm going to say Telly Savalas. But, you know, he's my temporary 70s awesomeness crush. Because I don't know who my daddy is, but I know this. Who loves you, baby? It's Telly Savalas. Auteur, Greek guy, gambler, genius. Amy Schumer just filed for divorce. Who was she married to? I wonder who she was married to. '51st Dates is a pretty good movie, as I remember. What am I doing? I'm supposed to be recording a video here. So I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be working on this video. I could work on it right now. I could just, in fact, I'm going to do it in chunks anyway. So I can just record this one little bit of it, the first chunk of it. And I feel like I've accomplished a little something here. Now, she's just Amy Sandler. Oh, your kid's autistic too, huh? You know, it's a shame what's happened to autism. It used to be if you learned that somebody's kid was autistic, you had good reason to feel sympathy for them and be like, God, you know, that must be really tough. Nowadays, if somebody says their kid's autistic, they could be perfectly fine. You know, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. And you meet the kid and he's like, what's up? Wait a second, I thought you were autistic. Oh yeah, I am. Neurodivergent, you might say. I also got ADHD and a couple other things that give me special privileges at school. Oh, because you're so dumb? No, actually, I'm like one of the smartest kids in the class, but, you know, my parents want to give me every possible advantage. So I've got autism and every disease you can think. I've got yellow fever. Disable me. Make disability. Oh God, I'm so dumb. This is TE6 slot for you. I'm here. I'm ready to go. Ready to start my video. Do my little recording. I don't have the mouse or the keyboard with me. How am I going to do anything without those? Oh, I could use this right here. It's actually right here. Maybe I do not need those actually. Oh, her ex is autistic too, huh? Seriously, like when I worked in special ed, people I've dealt with actually autistic people who, having an autistic kid was a serious burden for these parents that meant it consumed their life because their kid was just so disabled. And nowadays, it's just like everybody gets to be autistic if they, in any way, shape, or form, deviate from what the psychologist thinks is normal, you know? All right, now I'm in frame. Oh, I need to put. What happened to that? Why is that? Oh, I see. Oh, god damn it. Oh, never mind.
I'm so sorry.
For what?
It's lost in translation. I don't know about her kid. We have to look at her kid.
Hey, Ace.
Just the X is autistic.
Yeah. I come from a long line of autistic people. My parents, grandparents, great grandparents, they were all autistic. And they, like me, all got extra time on test. Ooh, Rachel, can I ask a favor of you?
What's that?
Could you go over to the PA thing and turn it off on the top of the back of it on the left? There's going to be a little switch. Top, left, back. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good.
I turned it off
Yes, you did.
even though you didn't ask me to.
No, I did ask you to.
Oh, you did? Oh,
Yeah.
thanks.
That's what I asked you to do. Thank you for doing it.
You're welcome.
All right, now I've got everything I need to make a video, except this. I need to pull this up so I can see it. Is this going to be out of the way enough? Should be a little bit more this direction.
He looked like, I think his name is Vincent Price.
What about him?
You know how he used to sit in a chair and like tell stories?
Yeah, he was kind of like a male Elvira.
Yeah, like he was, but then he also had like, he was on like public television and he would like read like a book. Like, I think,
I'll take your word for it.
I'm not sure. Maybe I'm like mixing two people together.
Are you sure you're not thinking of LeVar Burton?
No, it's definitely like a distinguishing.
He's a distinguished gentleman?
Yeah, like sitting in a chair where there's a fireplace and like talking about like old stuff. Like,
Right. But when the night arose,
yeah, kind of.
I can't do a good Vincent Price imitation, but if I could, I would do it.
Well, I mean, you have those vibes right now. It's good.
Vincent Price vibes, cool.
Yeah.
I'll try not to be too frightening in my presentation.
I have faith in you.
Thanks. All right, I should be able to start this now. Is this really going to work? I think I might have to print this out. I don't really want to print it out, but it's kind of, I'm looking diagonal like this the whole way. It's not going to be very good. Why are things so hard? TE, I have 3 to 4 words for you. Get out of here. Oh. Who invited TE to the slumber party? Got it printed out. better than trying to memorize it, I guess. You know, if I had this thing optimized, I'd obviously be facing the TV. But to do that, I'd need to move the computer over because the cord for the webcam's not long enough. God damn it. Oh. Horrible. There's only one thing to do about it.
Oh no.
I don't want to do this, but I'm going to. The only thing to do is to print out that document. I know what you're thinking. You're saying, Eric, you're going to print out a document on paper? Yeah, I guess I am. I guess I am. So let's go get the printer. I mean, it's still not, I'm not going to be able to read it that well from the paper anyway. What should I do? I'll just get the paper. I'll just print it out. I don't want to move all that stuff. Maybe I should, but I don't want to. I think I should move the keyboard away. I don't need to have the whole keyboard there in front of the thing to put this little camera on. I can bring out a mic stand, put it on a mic stand. So let me move this out of the way. Okay, this should actually work fine. This is going to work out fine, I think. I just need to find something to put this up a little bit higher on. Like, for example, this. Great. All right, now I can sit here. I can sit here. Well, see, then it's going to be this background. I don't like that background. But it's just too bad, Eric. That's the background you're going to get. Okay, then fine. If that's just the background I'm going to get, that's the background I'm going to get. Now, I need to move Mr. Microphone. Horrible, horrible Eric. Doing things horrible ways. Always half-assing stuff. And regretting it all of his days. Get out of the way. Yo. Okay. All right. Now, let me get the keyboard and mouse. So we're going to see how it looks. Let's take a gander. See how it looks. I need that taller. Yeah, I need it taller. Okay. Well, I've got a potential solution here. Which isn't really very sturdy. Maybe I can put it on top of it. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Still not tall enough? Maybe I could sit in the shorter chair. I'm gonna move this down. Do that. Move it down. How about that, Eric? So I can avoid that horrible ceiling fan. So what do I got here? Oh, this is this. Okay. Oh, look at that background. It's so messy looking. Okay, so I move a little bit this way. I could make this cut off like so. Alright, that's nice. There we go. So now look at it, see? So actually, I don't think I want this image in the first one. I'll do that for the solver part. Let me get a different image here. I probably need to make another image, actually. Alright, let's go back to the internet. And let's go back to my earlier Google search, which was that was um, um, let's see what the it has. Oh yeah, it has links to them all. Free pick. Alright. I like the name of free pick because I like paying nothing for things. So what I need for this one is draw a picture of a man sitting on a porch. A cartoon. A man sitting on a porch with a thought bubble above him in which a scene from his childhood is depicted. See how well it does with that. Not childhood's, childhood. And then I'm going to home, copy. I'll try it in other ones if this one doesn't work. Alright, go ahead and do it. Go ahead, do it. I can do all this stuff. Just let me do it without worrying about that stuff. Fine, do your thing. Wait a second. This is the free one. I was in the wrong one. That's my problem. All right, create a picture. I didn't do the thought bubble. Let me put this in more than one sentence. Hmm. A thought bubble above his head shows a memory from his childhood. Well, this picture's not terrible, that one. Where's the thought bubble, though? You're showing a man on his porch. A man sitting on a porch thinking about his childhood. Let's see if it depicts a thought bubble if you just put that. No, this is a pretty good picture. I'll get this one. Well, it's not that good, actually. Well, Magic Studio, you may be free, but you're not really that good. All right, I'm going to try it here. Generate. Okay, this one has lots of styles. Try to be, move it like this, it'll be fine. Oh, this is great. This is what I was looking for. So, you see that it does what I said to do. Good job. That's pretty good. Can't complain about that one. Let's see what other images I'm going to need for this. Well, yeah, I'm going to need some more images, I guess. Subjectively deliberate. What kind of image would that be? How about, let's see. Okay, so it's going to be, so let me try this prompt here. A woman lying down with a cat on her chest and hearts are coming off the cat where she is petting it. It's not like this. No, I need a different style, obviously. This is photorealistic style, I guess. Fantasy world generator. Contemporary architecture generator. How about we'll go with this one. Okay. The cat. What's going on with this cat? I'm not sure that one works very well. Maybe I'll try a different prompt. Maybe a Renaissance painting. Okay. A woman holding a baby in one arm while reaching down to pet a cat with her other hand. Let's see what we got. What are we gonna get? Not holding them both. What? What is this? Is that like the cat's legs? That's not what I wanted at all. Okay, I'm trying to show FI here, you know. How do you show FI? Okay. A man giving life jackets to a woman and child before who are about to get on a boat. Let's see. This one's not too bad. What's this guy doing now? What's he standing on? Even? Why is he over off of the boat? And what's this girl standing on? I better pick a different style and try it again. That prompt seems potentially promising. How about Baroque? Again, why is one of them standing outside the boat? Let me just get rid of the about to get. We're on a boat. He's also pointing to a sign that says be safe while boating. Why isn't it going? That's not what I wanted at all. All right, let me put them near a boat. Maybe on a boat is too hard. Maybe I'm being unreasonable here. Yeah, there we go. Be safe while boating. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. You did it. You finally did it. The problem was that I wanted you to put them on the boat. Near the boat, no problem. On the boat, not so much. Okay. 51st Dates, Me, Myself, and Irene, and Shallow Hal have all blended into my memories as one movie. What other images am I going to need? Well, let me see here. So, we've got the novelty seeker. So, I'm going to have this one make a picture of um, this one seems to be giving me a little trouble. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, so this one needs to be, I'll try a different style to mix it up. We'll go with Old West Generator. This one, I'm going to have a man is painting a picture with painting painting and an image of a saloon with his left hand while playing the piano with his right hand. Generate. No, he's just playing the piano with both hands, though. They do have the image of the saloon in there, so. A man is playing the piano while um, while a girl nearby dances to the music. Okay, let's try that one. Let's see what we end up with. is she twerking? What is going on? Why don't they have a piano bench? Alright, how about this? A man plays the piano in a contemplative nook. We can see that it is raining outside through the window. That's pretty good. What's this thing back here? Why is there an extra piano bench? Except for the extra piano bench, that one's pretty good. Okay. A man plays the piano. Okay. Plays a keyboard in his kitchen. I mean, that's fine. Might could work with that. That one looks fine. Okay. And then what? That definitely looks like, yeah, super looks like an AI image. Let me try Kawaii Emoji Generator. Okay. A very haphazard assortment of styles in this video. We're looking at, yeah. So, this one's gonna be kind of a tricky image to get right, probably. So we're gonna say a path splits. What? A green arrow with the word means on it. The arrow is pointing at a red circle with the word ends on it. See how it does with this. No, point at it though. It's pointing away from it. So, pointing towards. Let's see if that does better. No, it still does it again. At the end of the arrow is a red circle. Let me try that. At the end of the arrow, there's a red circle. Let's try that. God, point correctly. What's going on here? Okay. Agreeing how the word means on it. Points at. Points to. Points to. How about points to? Again. It's, why does it keep pointing? Oh, what if I put points away from? Away from a red circle. Like, how is that? What? Alright, try this.
I believe in you.
A red circle with the word ends on it. Oops. A red circle with the word ends on it has a green arrow that points at it. Try that. Oh. With the word means on it. With the word means on it. Our green arrow the arrow directs shows which direction the circle is in. Let's see how that works. Oh God. Millions on it. Goes to a red circle with the word ends on it. Goes to? Let's see what goes to does. Seriously, like, really, what? What's the deal with having so much trouble with this preposition? Let's see. How about points to the right, where there is. Points to the right, where there is a red circle with the word ends on it. How about that? All right. How about let's try points to the left, where see if it does better with that. Left.
Oh my God. It shouldn't be that hard, I would think. Right?
A sign shaped like an arrow has the word means on it, and the arrow points to a red circle and the line ends on it. Okay, now just do it this time. Why does it continually want to do that? It's so insane. It points away from a red circle. Try this. A green arrow. I wrote it on. Okay. Okay.
Trouble, you don't want what's in here.
The arrows just to the right of the arrow's tip is that's not the arrow's tip. The arrow's point. Okay. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You're feeling super important today? I'm so glad to hear it. Oh. Adam puts a lot of effort into get Drew's attention, huh?
Yeah. That's where I'm at in the movie.
Stay away from my daughter. The love is brewing, though, huh? That's good to hear. I really, let me see how many episodes I said. What time is it? Is it too late to go to boot check? No, it's Friday night. I could go to boot check. If not, if they're not open, I could definitely go to Yosemite.
Oh my god, wait. Okay. Let's just go to Boot Jack. I'll go with you.
Okay.
I'll just get bundled. So you don't want, I know it really smells good, but you don't want whatever is in here.
What's in there? Oh, that.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, if we're going to boot jack, then I will smoke my last.
They can like stay on. You don't have to like stop.
I think I'll stop it and maybe restart it when we get back. I don't know. Maybe not. Regardless, I'm going to smoke this cigarette here. We're not going to make it there by 9 regardless. So if they're open until 10, great. But if they're not, we'll just go to Yosemite Liquors.
Okay.
So, anyway, let me smoke this cigarette and then we'll go from there. I'm gonna put on a.
Do you think I should go?
If you want to, I don't have an opinion on whether you should go or not. I don't. If you're saying is it gonna make me more sick if I go, I would say probably not. We're not gonna be outside very much. But if you're saying that you want to stay here and keep streaming, that'd be fine too. If you want to do that.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking either of those things. No, it's more like, should I be resting or, do I want coffee?
I mean, if you want coffee, I'll bring you back coffee if they have it. If you want that. Yeah.
Yosemite Liquors, do they have snacks?
Yeah, of course, but I don't know exactly what snacks they have. We don't go there very often. What kind of snacks do you want?
Any kind. I'm having a sweet tooth right now.
Okay, do you want me to just pick out stuff for you?
You can if you want. I was thinking, of going with you.
And that's fine too. Whatever you want to do. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. And I think then I'm gonna turn this off. Then I'm gonna go poo. And then
Yeah.
you're gonna stay?
Just pick, yeah. I
No
don't
problem.
want to spread mine.
Sure, I'll get you some stuff. Are you guys ready for the exciting cigarette? I'm feeling super important today. I'm feeling like a big pile of hay. Yeoman farmers. Thomas Jefferson, I think it was, envisioned a country of yeoman farmers. It's Detective Time like Watson, huh? This is what you call an overcoat, because you put it on top of another coat, no problem. But it's not like one of those trench coat overcoats, just a regular warm wool jacket. I like this jacket a lot. It's versatile. It's got nice deep pockets that shit doesn't fall out of. It's got a pocket here too, and a pocket here. I've had this jacket for ages. I'd say I've had it for potentially as long as 20 years. It's a long time to have a jacket, huh? Surely it must have fallen apart by now, Eric. You can't have a jacket last 20 years. Well, there are parts of it that have fallen apart called the pocket linings in here. But I've sewed them back up together so that shit doesn't go into the inside of the jacket, My ex-wife bought it for me. I liked it then, I like it now. Yeah, I've gotten various bits of paint on it from painting a house with this jacket on. But that's fine. A little paint on your jacket never hurt anybody. Except for that one guy who was painting right before his clean jacket contest. He was marked down because he got a bunch of paint on his jacket. You know that in the 80s, as a demonstration event in the Winter Olympics, they had ski dancing, where you go down like a gentle slope and you just like dance and lift your skis up off the ground and maybe do a little flip. Yeah, they did. Unlike breakdancing, it never became an actual medal sport, but it's pretty cool looking when you watch it, clips of it. I also used to have an event where you just dove into the water and then you couldn't move at all, and it would see who floated the farthest in 60 seconds. That's a pretty boring sport to watch, apparently. As I lived through the 80s, you ever did a buggy race? No. I never had any kind of off-road vehicle until I got this little wilderness car when we moved here. And also the case, I wasn't interested in that sort of stuff, but a family friend, an older boy who was like maybe 4 years older than me or something, he broke his neck doing off-roading stuff. He was in a wheelchair the rest of his life. So I'm a little wary of that stuff. The little wilderness car we have, it's very much not like the kind of stuff he was doing. Like he was like jumping dirt bikes and shit, Drew's dad and bro invite Adam over to their house. They're warming up zone. Well, good for Adam. Just tell him to tone down the physical comedy a bit. Nobody's gonna find it funny when he punches Drew Barrymore in the face. Yeah, well, people did all kinds of super dangerous stuff in the 80s and 70s. They used to do this thing was on like Wide World of Sports. It was a diving contest where they tried to dive from the highest height, and you had to do at least one somersault in the air for it to count because it had to be a dive because you couldn't just jump off that thing. Anyway, up through the 80s, they were continuing to set more and more world records and make the thing higher and higher until like I think maybe I don't know if it was last year they did it or soon before then. They had they ran the event and like half the contestants broke bones when they landed in the water because they were so high up. And you were not allowed to wear any kind of safety gear. That was the rule for the high dive record and stuff. It didn't count as a record if you had safety gear on. So everybody, now since the 80s, somebody has broken that record, quote unquote, with a bunch of safety gear on. But yeah, if you want to watch an interesting video subject, go YouTube search 1980s high diving contest. I think you'll be pleased that you did. Those people in the 80s. It's like it's like they didn't learn any lessons from that baseball thing that happened back in the 20s or 30s or 40s or whenever it was, where they had this thing where they kept trying to get baseball players, professional baseball players, like Major League Baseball players, to catch baseballs thrown from very high places, like off the Washington Monument, and then some team in San Francisco. It wasn't the Giants. It was called, I think it was called the Seals or something. But they decided to set the record by getting a hot air balloon to fly up into the sky and throw the baseballs down. Like the first ball thrown from the hot air balloon sailed off course and landed on one of the wooden bleachers and just like splintered the wooden bleacher and this horrific bomb sound of like bah! And then that caused like all the fans in the stands to scatter for safety, and the players on the field, as soon as the first ball hit the bleachers, almost all of them ran off the field except for this one guy who said, "Well, I just told myself God hates a coward." He stayed out there and successfully got underneath one of the balls, but he didn't catch it clean. It hit his jaw and like broke it into a million fucking pieces. They had to like sew together the pieces with surgical wire, and he was obviously out of commission for quite a long time, but he did come back and play baseball again. And in fact, after a little period of kind of having the yips after the accident, he regained his form and went on to play many more seasons. So, but they never did that again after that. The diving people should have learned a lesson from that, I think. Gay bearded homosexual. Her family is telling about her accident. Adam and Drew go to the doctor to hear about her accident. Drew's dad informs her she's kind of dating Adam. So wait, they weren't going out before she got amnesia? I thought in the movie they were going out before she got amnesia. I guess not. A gay bearded homosexual? Are there straight bearded homosexuals? If you're talking about me, I'm not a homosexual. But the fact that you specify that it's a gay homosexual would suggest that there are straight ones. No, they weren't, huh? So so wait, like the plot of the movie is that Adam Sandler wants to date this person who's had some kind of traumatic brain injury and has no memory. Like that's not a deal breaker for him. That seems a little strange. Like I'll never remember you tomorrow would seem like a deal breaker for pretty much anybody. Maybe she gets better at the end of the movie though. She probably does. I'm sure it has a happy ending. And then she's like, "Hey, not only do I now remember yesterday, I remember all those first dates that we went on." And I gotta say, as a prospective partner, you are absolutely killing it. I'm impressed. He forces himself into her life, huh? Oh, I mean, I wouldn't blame the dad and the brother for being very, standoffish at the least. That seems. Oh yeah, it's a Hollywood movie, so he's a nice guy. It all works out fine. All right, I'm gonna close out this OBS for the moment, and close this tab. Well, I could leave those tabs open. I wonder if he still would have been like that if she were in a semi-vegetative state where they had to like feed her and stuff. It's like it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter at all. Seems like a pretty good movie. Kind of want to watch a little bit of it. But I do need to go get cigarettes, so. Alright, that's going to bring this stream to a close. I've got to go to the store. Got to get cigarettes, and if I get the Boot Jack and it's open, coffee if they have it. Some snacks for Rachel. And, alright. What else do I have to get? That's for right now. I guess that's about it. Oh, right. You know what I was going to do? Yeah.
Will you be my Valentine and watch the movie with me?
Sure. Sure, I will.
Oh, that's so cute.
But I do need to go to the store and get cigarettes first.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So.
I can sit here and entertain if you want to.
I mean, if you want to stream, that's fine. Otherwise, I'm just going to turn it off.
Okay, that's.
Yeah. Okay. So, anyway, I love you all. I'll see you later. Goodbye.